Mine's there. Okay. Oops.
We are broadcasting live.
So good morning, everyone. This is the meeting of the Town of Mono's Council held on Tuesday, January 27th, 2026. This meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted in Section 238, subsection 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended and the town's procedural bylaw 2020-42. The meeting can be viewed later on the town's website. We have a quorum. Just a reminder, the emergency exits are in the rear of the council chamber. Members are free to declare pecuniary interest at this point or at any point in the course of the meeting, followed up in writing with the clerk. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the town of Mono resides within the traditional territory and ancestral lands of the Tiatante, Adawadaran, Haudenosaunee, and Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connection of Indigenous people with this land, its waterways, and resources. I have a motion that Council approves the agenda of Session 2-2026 as circulated. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Capes moves, seconded by Councillor Mantelo. Any opposition? And that motion is carried. I have a motion that Council approves the minutes of Session 22-25 and 1-2026 as circulated. Moved by Deputy Mayor Nix, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, no opposition. Elaine? Sorry,
Yes, thank you.
I thought you were seconding.
I would just like to thank Mr. Simpson for going back and viewing the previous meeting and correcting the record for me. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And so if there's no opposition, that motion carries, having amended the previous minutes that were put to council. We have no proclamations today. Question period. We have one individual in the gallery. I don't know whether Mr. McCrae has a question for us.
Yeah, my turn?
Yes, indeed. Come on forward and just state your name for the record.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Bob McCrae, Blue Heron Drive in South Mono. I've written this down so that I get it right. It's unfortunate that I wasn't able to attend the January 13th council meeting in person, unfortunate for two reasons. The text that I emailed in was edited, so all that I wanted to say wasn't made public, and the result of that is the context of my question wasn't as clear as I intended it to be. Second unfortunate thing, from your discussions after my question, it seemed as though you didn't understand what I asked for. And to be clear, I did not ask, do you support a ward system for Mono? We all know that would have been a foolish question, since I know a majority of you have made it clear that you don't support the ward system. But what I asked was if you would support the basic principle of a democracy of asking the people of Mono what they want. So I'm here to clarify what I'm asking you for. So my full question from 2 weeks ago, context, it is clear and distinct that the rural-urban composition of Mono exists, and the council representation of these two distinct communities has been discussed for many years. That included a council-created electoral reform task force.
It is question period, not statement period.
Okay, well, and I'm going to get to that then. You understand the context, I hope.
Yeah.
I think it was important for it to be on the record, and that. So, but I'm going to reword my question. And John, I do understand why you asked that. I was the chair of the Committee of Adjustment and the Planning Committee for almost 30 years, so I do respect question period. My reworded question: will council support the basic democratic principle of asking Mono residents what they want by putting a non-binding referendum question on the 2026 municipal ballot, asking residents if they support a change to a ward electoral system for the 2030 municipal election? And that would be real democracy in action. I'm not expecting you to answer that question right now because Mayor Creelman's motion is later in this meeting. But I did want to ask the question in that way in regards to democracy. So that was my question. Anybody got any questions for me? No.
I think you'll probably get an answer to your question in terms of what transpires in the debate over my motion and the
Yes.
outcome of the motion.
Yep. I am going to stay for your discussion on the motion. In the event that any of you have got any questions about what happened with the Electoral Reform Task Force, which I was, in the end, there were 4 of us, started with 5. One had to drop out. In the end, I was one of those 4, so I was very much involved with that. So you may or may not have any questions about that, but I'll be here if you have any.
Okay, that gives me a question. So did you, during the task force then, because this was a while ago,
Yes.
did you get resident opinion? Or was it studying just facts and things? Did you get opinion?
Yeah, Melinda, it was a long time ago. The task force was in 2020. We did have, all of our meetings were public meetings. I have to say, I don't believe there were a lot of residents that came out. So it was the discussion. In fact, in the end, there were 3 people from rural Mono, and myself, the only one from urban Mono. And again, we've said it, and I was going to say it, and it is in Mayor Creelman's motion, by a count of 3-1, voted recommending that there should be a ward system. Regarding your question, because this has been something that I've discussed for a long time, so I have personally discussed this with a lot of people, as many rural, if not more rural people than urban people, and why I'm still sitting here and talking about this is by far the majority opinion supports, including all the rural people I've talked to, supports a ward system. So it's not just something that Bob McRae thinks is a good idea. I have talked with a lot of people who would support a ward system. So I know that that's hearsay, it's informal, and that. But the way for us to solve this is to put it on the ballot as a referendum question, and then we'll know. If I'll promise you this: if the vote says no, we don't want a ward system, then I promise you, I'll go away on that issue. I'm glad you're all smiling, Ralph. You're not smiling quite as much.
I'm not, Bob. I know you very well, Bob.
Yeah, but no, and I'm serious. That's the way that we're going to know. So let's put it to the residents, and we'll see.
Okay,
And,
we'll see what the outcome is.
Yes, exactly.
The other thing that the committee of the day looked at was a ranked ballot, which was precluded by Premier Ford on municipal elections, notwithstanding the fact it was used in Kingston and in Waterloo quite successfully.
Yes.
It was basically ruled out by the Premier. for future elections, but we don't need to get into that.
But John, thank you. You're bringing back my memory. The Electoral Reform Task Force did look at that, and we rejected it.
Yes.
We did completely reject ranked ballot. So whether the premier, we probably rejected it before the premier.
I think you did.
I think we did. It was quite clear ward system. So.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's it. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you for your indulgence, and I'll look forward to
see how
your
it goes.
discussion later.
Okay. Fred, any submissions?
No questions from online, Your Worship.
Okay. And it doesn't appear that there's anyone online. So we'll move on to our sole delegation for today, that being Credit Valley Conservation Authority, to speak to the 2026 draft budget. If you would like to come forward and state your names for the record. And I gather you have a short presentation for us.
Yes, good morning, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Terry LaRue, the CAO of Credit Valley Conservation, and joining me is Andrew Kett, our Director of Corporate Services. We're very pleased to be here today to walk you through our 2026 budget. Stand by as I... Excellent. CVC is a community-based environmental organization dedicated to protecting and restoring the natural resources of the Credit River watershed. Our jurisdiction spans nearly 95,000 hectares and is home to more than 1 million residents. This is a rapidly growing, highly urbanizing watershed, one that places increasing pressure on natural systems, water resources, and recreational lands. As you're aware, the province recently created the Ontario Provincial Conservation Agency, or OPCA, with directive-making authority over conservation authorities. OPCA will lead the implementation of a single digital permitting platform, the streamlining and standardizing of service delivery across the province, and is overseeing the consolidation of Ontario's 36 conservation authorities into 7 regional bodies.
Could I just ask a question?
Let's get through the presentation first. Thank you.
For CVC, this means merging with Conservation Halton, Hamilton Conservation Authority, and Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority as the Western Lake Ontario Regional Conservation Authority. The CVC Board of Directors opposes this consolidation and is very concerned with the loss of local voice and local governance. At this point, what I would really like to stress is that there are no impacts to the 2026 budget. CVC will continue delivering all programs and services, and our focus remains on continuing. Across our watershed and all program areas, we're responding to 3 major trends: accelerating climate impacts, increasing natural hazard risks, and population growth and demand for green space. The first trend is that our watershed models show a future that is wetter, wilder, and less predictable. This includes intense storms and flooding, heat waves, and resultant impacts to people and the environment. This affects every part of our mandate, from stormwater and flood forecasting to forest health, trail systems, and public safety. CVC is a local leader in watershed science. Our work informs science-based decisions about how to respond to climate change in our communities. In 2026, we will be implementing new climate smart tree planting guidelines, monitoring forest health at the newly added IWMP site in Mono, which is at Island Lake Conservation Area, updating natural heritage and water resource mapping, and launching an online watershed hub to share real-time environmental insights. These initiatives support municipal planning, climate mitigation, and long-term infrastructure decisions. Our science-based performance targets for 26 continue to emphasize accountability. These include monitoring 90% of scheduled environmental stations, providing 100% access to up-to-date data sets for municipal partners, advancing towards our 50% corporate GHG reductions by 2030, and conducting inventories of 190 hectares of natural areas. The second trend is that intensifying weather events are increasing risks across the watershed: flooding, erosion, ice jam hazards, and infrastructure impacts. From real-time flood warning systems to modernizing floodplain maps and updating IDF curves, We give municipalities the tools to protect residents, plan resilient infrastructure, housing, and growth. Key service improvements in this area in 2026 include updating the floodplain mapping for Menorah Creek, enhanced flood forecasting, including new ice jam prediction capability, updating the Orangeville Mono Tier 3 model as part of amendments to the CTC Source Protection Plan to include Orangeville's new well, and supporting implementation of associated joint municipal water management agreement between Orangeville, Mono, East Garifraxa, and Amaranth. Support for the town of Mono's EA on water supply improvements, and continued implementation of our risk-based planning and permitting framework. These are essential services that protect public safety and ensure responsible growth. And our performance expectations in this area remain high. 99% uptime of our real-time flood monitoring network, 95% of permits issued on time, 90% customer satisfaction from development applicants, and continued modernization of floodplain mapping. And the third trend is that growth across the watershed is accelerating, bringing tremendous opportunity but also very real pressure. More residents are relying on natural areas for recreation and well-being, and at the same time, more people, homes, and infrastructure need protection from natural hazards. Major initiatives in 2026 that respond to population growth include accelerating our land acquisition efforts to protect natural areas before they're lost, implementing our invasive species strategy and forest management plan, including seeking funding for priority Phragmites work in the headwaters area, carrying out hazard tree management to proactively address risk and enhance the visitor experience at Island Lake, and completing and opening the Jim Tovey Lakeview Conservation Area in Mississauga, and advancing our Pits to Parks projects in Caledon. These projects improve public access, support climate resilience, and strengthen ecosystem health. Our major green space project for the headwaters area, stretching from Island Lake down to Upper Credit Conservation Area, is completing 4.8 kilometers of new and renewed trails and boardwalks. This work includes the extension of the Credit Valley Trail south through Island Lake and down to the County 109 bridge crossing. This work is funded primarily through close to $2 million in external infrastructure grants. And leveraging this funding, as well as CBC's in-house expertise in trail construction, CBC is significantly reducing the municipal portion of costs to achieve this trail connectivity for residents. This investment will ensure an expanded and safe trail network for residents, including for over 52,000 annual Mono residents at Island Lake. And our land-based service targets in 2026 demonstrate continued growth and strong community impact. We will be managing 2,867 hectares of owned CBC land, restoring and caring for 190 hectares of green space, welcoming more than 1.2 million visitors to our conservation areas, and engaging over 28,000 people in community programs. And at this point, I will turn it over to Andrew to walk you through the budget framework.
Great, thank you, Terry. Let's see if I can, there we go. So I'd like to just walk you through some of the high-level numbers for our budget. So on screen, you'll see our gross budget. Credit Valley Conservation's gross 2026 budget is increasing by 4.5%. I'll note on the revenue side, off the top, our fees are budgeted to increase by about 14%, largely due to increases in parks revenue. Our municipal funding is increasing on average by 3.5%, and our provincial funding remains flat, as it has for many years. I'll also note that the source water protection funding, the decrease that you see, is due to an increase in source protection funding that we were fortunate to receive in 2025, which has ended for 2026. This slide shows our gross budget revenue and expenditures again, and I'd like to note that the majority of Credit Valley Conservation's funding is from municipal sources, as you can see on the left. And the majority of our expenses are personnel-related expenses that, as you know, we have a very large jurisdiction from up here in Mono all the way down to South Mississauga, and many on-the-ground programs and services across all of our business areas. And so the personnel expenses are a significant portion of our budget. This slide shows the change in the modified current value assessment, which is how conservation authorities apportion our municipal funding across our municipal partners. So Credit Valley Conservation has 7 participating municipalities, and each year we receive from the province these modified current value assessments, which are based on MPAC valuations, and determine the split between our participating municipalities. And so this is prescribed in our regulation. So you'll note for 2026, the town of Mono's apportionment has decreased about 0.5%. And this slide shows the total municipal funding across CVC's 7 participating municipalities. So for the town of Mono, your 2026 funding for CVC is $16,508, an increase of 1.7% for 2026. The next 2 slides show the split of that municipal funding between our general levy programs and our shared special levy programs. So the general levy is increasing for Mono 1.6% to about $13,000, and the shared special levy increasing 2.1% to just over $3,000. And this slide shows the municipal funding broken out by Category 1, or mandatory programs and services, as defined by the Conservation Authorities Act, and Category 2, or non-mandatory programs and services. And so it's prescribed by regulation that we split out the municipal funding by these 2 categories. You'll note that the majority of CVC's funding does fall into the mandatory or Category 1 programs and services, which also includes all of the general and administrative services of the authority. Finally, this is our forecast for the next 3 years. In a typical budget, our forecast is already based on assumptions, including inflationary factor, cost of living projections, and as per Terry's note off the top of the presentation about the changes being proposed by the province for conservation authorities, I'll note that this forecast is particularly uncertain, and for 2027, we see a 3.6% increase, 3.0% for 2028 and 2029. However, the changes that the province has proposed introducing, they have indicated would likely occur for the 2027 budget year. And so that's just to underscore that this forecast is really for discussion purposes only, and that there is considerable uncertainty behind these numbers. And so to conclude our presentation, 2 additional items that we would like to note. One are a number of ongoing, longer-term budget pressures that we face as an authority. First and foremost, around land acquisition costs and matching funds. And so we do not have budgeted funds for land acquisition, but have a very active land acquisition program and seek funds for that as opportunities arise for expanding our lands and parks network. There are also infrastructure needs across our parks, both recreational infrastructure and just state of good repair. And several large, ambitious management plans that have been approved by our board that we'll be seeking funding for in the coming years and decades. Those include the Island Lake Management Plan, as well as the Bell Fountain Phase 2. As Terry mentioned, the Credit Valley Trail is another very long-term and an important project that we are seeking additional funding for. And our watershed plan is expected to be completed soon, with implementation beginning in 2026 onwards. Some of these needs are addressed through non-municipal sources of revenue, and Credit Valley Conservation has been extremely successful in leveraging municipal funding for additional revenue from other levels of government and other sources. And so we'll note a couple of those on screen. For example, the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, $3.2 million for a number of trail, bridge, and boardwalk projects throughout our jurisdiction. FCM funding for nearly $1 million for tree planting and other training and technical initiatives. And the Federal Active Transportation Fund, over $4 million to help construct and complete our Jim Tovey Lakeview Conservation Area in South Mississauga. So it's through support from Town of Mono and our other participating municipalities and the funding that you provide that we're able to both do all of the work that Terry mentioned through her presentation and leverage this additional funding for the benefit of our participating municipalities and your residents. So with that, we'd just like to thank you very much for having us today, and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Fred, first question.
This provincial agency that's going to be created probably in legislation sometime this spring, this Ontario Provincial Conservation Agency, which is going to sort of overlook conservation authorities and probably tell you whether you're doing a good job or a bad job.
Was that a Freudian slip?
What did they say?
Overlook.
Who's going to pay for this? It's a provincial agency. Who's going to pay for it? I, by the way, just so the audience knows, I know the answer to this question. I want Mono residents to hear the answer.
Thank you, through Mayor. Currently, the plan is for conservation authorities themselves to pay for the costs associated with the agency.
Let's just be clear then, Andrew. If the conservation authorities have to pay for this agency, where do the conservation authorities get their money? They get their money from the municipal levy. So in effect, the municipalities will pay for this provincial agency, and the municipalities get their money from the property tax. So this agency will be paid for by the property tax people, right? Am I correct?
I think that's a fair assumption. I think the details are to come in terms of the formula for how conservation authorities will be levied by the agency for funding. And so the details are still to come, but based on the information that we have right now, that does seem to be the plan for the funding of the agency.
I had another question if you'll
I'm going to go to Elaine, and I'll get back to you, and then we'll do the circuit. Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. Great presentation, thank you very much. You said that, you did talk about land acquisition, it comes from match dollars, but I'm not really sure I'm clear about it. So land acquisition is paid for outside of the budget. Is that correct?
Yes, through you, Mayor, that is correct. We do not have any base budget for land acquisition. So when staff recommend and the board identify a target property, generally what we do is we look to partnerships with, for example, our Credit Valley Conservation Foundation, our charitable arm, to do public-based fundraising. We'll work with the landowner as well on a kind of suite of opportunities in respect to donations. And for properties that fall in the region of Peel, we've had a lot of success and support from the Peel Greenland Securement Program in providing funding. But it's definitely something, it's a high priority for our organization to increase our land holdings and our land base, but it is a significant unfunded pressure.
Yeah, well, I applaud you in that effort, and I support that. And the other follow-up question to that is the land care cost. Does that land care cost apply to these lands that are acquired?
Yes, through you, Mayor, that's an excellent question. Yes, they do. So the costs of acquiring land are not just the fee simple purchase and or donation, it's the ongoing care of those properties in perpetuity. So that could be anything from, depending on whether it's a nature reserve or, transformed into an active recreational, those land care costs will change. But at a minimum, we're looking at, just the typical maintenance. One of the pressures that we have in the rural properties for our land holdings is an unfunded pressure is the increasing prevalence of invasive species, so managing the invasive species on the properties. And then with the extreme weather events, we're seeing a lot more tree fall, so hazard trees and forests that need to be managed.
Right, so we're paying for that, meaning the town of Mono residents.
Our overall budget and levy will support that on a watershed basis, but it's typically an underfunded area.
Yeah, okay, one last comment, thank you very
Elaine,
much.
can I just?
How many people,
You will get your turn.
do you support with the programs? How many people take advantage of your programs? Like for Mono, if you know that.
That's an interesting question. I would say we know the visitation and demographic data for recreational use of Island Lake. So say access through those free community access points, which is about 55,000 visits per year by Mono. I would definitely need to do some recon to have numbers on the rest of our programming, like our active programming, like community events and so forth.
Yeah, because it's very important. I think we're losing, in some cases, touch with what nature really is and how we are part of nature, and if we ruin nature, we've ruined ourselves. So I applaud you in those efforts, too.
Thank you. Melinda, and then Ralph, and then Fred.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is just about, when I first came on council, there was the concern about the Category 1 and choosing the Category 2 and what were we going to do and who's. And so I noticed when I look at the graph that shows, Peel and everybody, how much money everybody is splitting between the two. It seems that we've decided about a third of our so 12 grand is our Category 1 and a third versus Peel, which is, darn near 2/3, and all the other ones are half and so on. So are we, did we make choices that were different than other municipalities with respect to the services? Because these Category 2 programs are exactly what Elaine is asking about, like what's the uptake of the people, but begs the question of what was it that we decided that we wanted to offer to our people? Do we have a handle on that?
Sure. Yeah. So CVC has been very fortunate with the region of Peel to be receiving a large amount of benefit-based apportionment, which means that Peel pays us additional funds specifically for programs that are for the benefit of the region of Peel. And so there's a formula in our regulation that allows for that sort of a municipal funding arrangement, but that is why the Peel proportion of funding does have a different ratio between the Category 1 and 2 and the other 6 participating municipalities. They don't have that benefit-based apportionment situation, and so that's the reason for the difference. With another participating municipality, Halton Region, recently we've also negotiated a benefit-based agreement with them to do some priority projects in the Georgetown and Acton regions. So this is something that, we're happy to enter into discussions with any of our participating municipalities about, additional services or greater levels of service. But Peel really has, shown a lot of leadership in terms of funding many programs that are for the benefit of Peel residents.
Thank you.
No, thanks for coming today. And,
Your mic.
Your presentation is really good. Particularly whoever made up the slides, congratulations. As you know, one of the metrics that Ford looks at is permitting time. And you've indicated that 95% of permits issued within the prescribed timelines. What are your prescribed timelines?
Yeah, so for CVC, and I'm glad you raised this, because this is one of our real areas of strength and part of the messaging and advocacy that we've been saying to the province. Our typical turnaround time is 11 days. So we are, I think, as we like to say, we believe not the problem that the province is trying to solve. We have excellent numbers.
So the prescribed timelines for a permit are what?
And the prescribed timeline is 60 days.
60 days, right, okay. Well, that's very impressive. Thank you.
Just before I recognize Fred, a follow-up to that. My understanding was that development permits, the cost of obtaining one was frozen by the province. Do they still have a freeze on? Have you been able to increase those fees?
Yes, that is correct. So it has been frozen for a number of years. We have not yet received guidance for 2026. We typically take our fees report and any recommended changes to the CBC board in the fall. This year we held off. We will be taking it in February. It is still in absence of any guidance from the province, so we'll be simply moving forward with a cost of living increase, and then we will adjust if and when we hear from the province.
Well, I believe that's what we heard last year, and it strikes me that the province isn't even recognizing a cost of living increase for your fees. So you start off with the good intention and then get turned down at the provincial level. I just want that to be on the record. Fred?
Yeah, Andrew, a question for you, and it was in your slides, but I want you to state it again so the public can hear this. What percent of CVC's total budget in 2026 will be met by the province? This is a politically motivated question, Andrew.
Well, there's a couple of things, and so the province does support us in many ways, but we have what's called base funding from the province, and that is $96,000, and it has been flat at $96,000 for many years.
Which is 0. What percentage?
Which is, I mean, out of about a $45 million budget, it's a very low percentage. And however, I would note that the province does support us in other ways, that they do support the source water program, which we're very grateful for. And we do receive funding from the province for special projects, as well as split funding for some of those, the federal, provincial grant opportunities too. So,
but if I can get this in really quickly before the mayor shuts me up, going back to 25, 30 years ago, base funding, the province was paying ballpark what percent of Conservation Authority costs? Do you
ballpark,
remember?
it was 50%.
That's right.
That's correct.
And now it's down to 0.2. Just so our residents understand what's happening. Thank you, Chair.
Can I ask for more clarification on that, though? I mean, yes, that's true, and that's what's in your thing, and we, again, every year when you come, that's what we say. But how much is the source water protection money? I mean, I see here it has been, and now there's it was something, and now it's not going to be there, which is why it's negative. But the other things, the grants that are the division, did you get, before they changed it and took the actual 50% funding away, and was it a matter of just changing how it was, and so the actual money and support is similar to the way it used to be, or is there really a big deficit that the municipal property taxes have had to really fill in? Like because it's still a very modest amount of money that a Mono resident pays for what we seem to be getting. It's a lot about Peel, but.
Okay, so I think the short answer, I mean, before my time, but in the 1990s was when the major shift happened in the ratio of provincial to municipal funding. And at that time, the province did provide about half of the funding for conservation authorities, and then that was clawed back. And so currently, we receive this small amount of base funding, and those other funding streams that I mentioned, you know, the source water funding, the special program funding, you know, there's employment funding that we receive. Those are different smaller streams of funding that we actively seek out and apply for. You know, for example, the federal provincial matching funds. And so, so my understanding is, you know, in the previous times, pre-1990s, that base funding was simply provided to the authorities from the province. And now, beyond the base funding, we go out and seek the opportunities through provincial funding streams.
Still from the province, which of course then is Fred's point, is that it's still taxpayers' dollars, but it's income tax as opposed to property tax.
Well,
Thank you.
a progressive source of taxation versus a regressive source of taxation. And that's what people, you know, people say it's only one taxpayer, but there are different forms of taxation, progressive and regressive. I have a thought, but anyone have any more questions?
Lots of questions, but I'll
No, go ahead.
no, I'm finished.
Yeah, and then Ralph. Fred?
Oh, go ahead. If they go ahead with this consolidation and CVC becomes part of the Western Lake Ontario Conservation Authority, what do you think the chances are that a small town like the town of Mono would have any say in the governance of that organization? I know that's putting you on the spot, but there'd be, what, 30-some-odd municipalities or something? I forget the exact number in this Western Lake Ontario Conservation Authority. We're already very tiny in terms of Credit Valley Conservation. We'd be even tinier in terms of this enormous conservation authority that would stretch from the town of Mono all the way down to Niagara Falls. Is there a possibility we would have a seat at the board of this new organization?
That is to be determined, but that is definitely one of our major concerns, is the loss of local voice. The province has not released anything yet on how they're going to structure the governance. But simply looking at the numbers now, you'd be looking at, you know, a combined board of 51 members, right? That's likely not the process that will go forward. So when you look at kind of how they would reduce that to something more manageable, I think there's a very large risk to the smaller municipalities that the voice would be lost.
Ralph?
Mike?
Bob's Bridges. What are you going to do with them? I see replace and enhance them. That's a local interest.
Yeah, we need some infrastructure repairs on those bridges for health and safety reasons. So that is something that we are building into our capital budget. It's such a highly used, highly treasured, that is built into it's not an unfunded pressure, it's built into our capital project budget.
Sorry, but I didn't ask my question very clearly. I was really wondering what the structural plan is. Like you said, replace or enhance. Are you having a problem with the cribs or what's happening?
I don't know the technical specifics of what needs to be replaced, but I do think there is my understanding is that there's some sinking and movement of the cribs that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, just a comment. These are created by a lot of local people, as you probably know, and so there's a lot of interest in that.
Thank you. Getting back to that board question, and I know that it's really nice to sit at the table and to be informed before everybody else, or to be part of a discussion that then a decision gets made, and so it's good to be a part of it and so on. But if they do make this all 7 overseeing things, that then would oversee how many did you say there were? Did you say? 36. I thought you said 36. So the 36 still has management that has experience and so on. Like, do you foresee that it would be a terrible loss that we already are a small, Island Lake is within our municipal boundary, and so we're all very keen on it and so on. But do you think that by us not being at the table monthly on something that we would be, that there's a risk that mismanagement's going to happen because management structure changes? Is that a worry that we have? I know we don't want to change, and everybody is saying we don't want to change, but do we really think that things will be lost?
I haven't been asked the question, but I can give a response to that.
Asking
Linda.
I
I know you
asking
are.
them the question, the
Let's-
professionals, not the
yeah.
people with
And-
just an
And we
opinion.
are putting, admittedly, we are putting you on the spot and maybe unfairly to answer some of these very political questions.
Oh, wasn't asking it politically. I was asking it nuts and bolts, like, if you'd get a new boss, does that, and a bigger company buys you, does that necessarily mean that the company gets, or what was that movie with Michael Douglas back in the day? Get all taken apart and be not there? I mean, the actual premise of needing to look after our water for the future, it isn't changing.
That's a really tough, complex question. I think the struggle in answering that forthright right now is that there are so many gaps in our understanding. We know at an incredibly high level what the province has stated as their objective, which is streamlining services and standardizing services across the province. They have not defined that any further. So for us to deliberate and think about what the impacts might be on the day-to-day basis or on the delivery of programs and services in any particular geography in our watershed is very hard to do in absence of that understanding.
But you're missing the really big point, because the possibility is that we small municipalities would continue to be taxed, paying for conservation authorities over which we have no say in what they do or how they're governed, and a provincial agency that sits above them. It would be taxation with no say in governance.
That's possible, but one of the things that strike me when you say the streamlining of services, for example, during COVID, when we had all these people going to all the parks and all of a sudden everything was, certain parks you couldn't get in unless you had your QR code, and then now, a few years later, all the parks are that way. You can't get in if you don't have your QR code, and so is that a better thing? Do we end up now with ultimately everybody has to pay their user fee, and so, I mean, we need the data for some more years, but the streamlining of the services is not the same as saying that we're not going to have protection of our water, right? So it was very interesting. It's a very interesting topic. Thank you.
So it's my turn now, I guess, maybe to wrap things up. As far as I know, nobody asked for this reorganization. There wasn't, maybe there were two competing conservation authorities in Simcoe County who floated the idea of an amalgamation. But apart from that, I don't know anyone who wanted this to be an outcome of an effort to streamline things. You can streamline things through regulation and through policy without diminishing, as the Deputy Mayor says, diminishing the say of the member municipalities. The other thing that just strikes me as so ironic is that the people who contribute 0.02% of revenue have the amount of say that they are exercising here. If they were at 50%, I could understand their right to be at the table and to say, hey, this isn't working, we're going to change it. But 0.02% of your budget comes from the province, a figure that has been frozen, just like your permit fees have been frozen. I think it's appalling. That's just my view. I've written about it in our newsletter, and this council's gone on record as being supportive of the conservation authorities and the way in which the system is working. And we have not always been so fulsome in our praise, quite frankly. Many of us have been very critical over the years, but I guess it takes this kind of overreach by the province to get everybody on side. And finally, the idea that they are going to set up an overarching agency to somehow monitor the activity of these fewer conservation authorities is pretty rich, given the fact that they rail against red tape and overdone bureaucracy and everything else, and duplication. It's just incredible. So if anyone has anything else they want to say or now is your chance. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very illuminating, and I hope our residents will take the time to see the presentation and to listen to our debate and questions. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to unfinished council business list. Any questions or comments on that? Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to mention that number 22 on the list, the recreation complex, I am in conversations with some people about that, about a possible solution, and also I've had more residents approach me, not just moms looking for swimming lessons for their children, but adults looking for swimming as recreation. So people are telling me Mono is the size now that it needs a recreation complex. That's what I'm hearing. So I'm just putting that out there to tell you that I'm still actively engaged in looking at that.
Okay. Anything else on the list? We are making progress slowly but surely. Mike?
So this afternoon, I'll be having an OP and a ZBA meeting with two consultant planners, which will cover off discussions on some of the planning items on the unfinished business list as to how to best move forward and timelines for same.
Okay, thank you. Next item up is the large residential home zoning bylaw amendment. And I think we're being joined remotely to discuss the report that's before council. Good morning, Deborah.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I do have a sort of a brief summary because it's a huge report. It's going to take me maybe 5-10 minutes to run through it, if you're okay with that. So
Okay.
kind of a snapshot and a high overview, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
So this report is a follow-up to the previous council public meeting. The comments from that meeting did help to inform this report. And the intent of the review is to explore the options, to control non-farm development in the rural area and provide an overview of comments, an update regarding available tools, and a range of options for council to consider. You'll recall that previously site plan control could be used to control development of single detached homes. However, as we know, the province removed that option unless that property is within 120 meters of a wetland, an inland lake, or a river or stream valley. So we've still got a bit of site plan control out there, but it doesn't affect as many properties as we used to be able to tackle with it. So we're left with the tools that include the official plan or the zoning bylaw. So let's take a look at what zoning is and what some of the common zoning terms mean, because I know there was some confusion in the last meeting about exactly what all of these things were. So as you know, the size and placement of homes is controlled by the zoning bylaw. It covers things like coverage, ground floor area, height, setbacks, but exactly what are these? So coverage is used to control the footprint of a house, and it's usually expressed as a percentage of the lot size, but it deals only with the footprint, not the total floor area. The minimum and maximum gross floor area is what controls all the floor areas of all the floors of a structure. Height is tied in as well. It can be listed as a maximum measurement or a maximum number of stories. And in terms of what that means, the number of stories that can be built at a given height really depends on the height of the individual floors inside the building. So if you've got 8-foot ceilings or 12-foot ceilings, it makes a difference to how many stories you can get at a given height. So just as an example, an older 2-story home would typically be 8 or 9 meters high, and it would usually have 8-foot ceilings. The newer 2-story homes may be 11 or 12 meters high if they have the full, 12-foot ceilings. So depending on ceiling height and roof slope, a 12-meter height limit can produce up to a 3-story home. Setbacks is the last thing that we typically find, and it controls how far from the lot lines the structure has to be. So when we're addressing the impacts of a larger rural home, there's multiple options available to us. We can update the rural zoning standards. We can create a development envelope. We could require streetscape and viewshed illustrations. We could introduce sustainability and green development standards. We could look into introducing a development permit system, which is a huge undertaking, or we could use holding zones, or we could simply do nothing. So let's look at what each of those mean in turn. So if we update rural standards, as we know, rural standards can be expressed as either a set number, but we can also use a formula. Standards can limit things like maximum gross floor area and height, or the maximum width of a dwelling unit. They can tie greater residential floor area to mitigating factors such as increased setbacks or preservation of natural vegetation. Zone standards can also specify minimum undisturbed open space areas or require things like landscape buffers. They can also require larger yard setbacks, but when we talk about setbacks, we do
Deborah?
have to be really careful. Yeah.
We're having a little difficulty hearing you. Maybe if you could go a little slower?
Sure, and I'll move the mic in just a little
There,
bit
that's
more.
better. That's better.
Is that better now? Okay.
I think
sorry
so.
about that. Okay, so zone standards can specify minimum undisturbed open space areas and require landscape buffers. They can also require larger yard setbacks, but as I was saying, we have to be careful when we use those because simply increasing a setback can actually mean that a smaller lot or one with natural heritage features on the lot isn't developable without going into a variance process. We can also impose minimum and maximum setbacks. We can use formulas in zoning standards, and that can provide some flexibility. But again, formulas, when we're applying them to large and small lots and we're using the same formula, we really need to pair those with maximums as well. Otherwise, they get out of control pretty quickly. Zoning standards can be mixed and matched. We can group them so that different sized homes or different sized lots are required to satisfy different development standards. There's a lot of flexibility there. The other option might be a development envelope. And we touched on this one briefly in the last meeting, but I'm just going to run through it for you just sort of on a high level. This is a limited, compact area that has to contain all of the disturbance on a lot. So that means everything, the structures, the parking, the septic, the pools, the decks, the tennis courts, you name it, it's all included. Hard and soft landscaping, it's all in that development area. So with the development envelope, the balance of the lot, which is the area that's outside of that development envelope, has to remain undisturbed. The development envelope can be located anywhere on the lot except in a natural or hydrologically sensitive feature. It does provide a lot of flexibility for owners, but it also forces them to weigh their choices, their various wants, because the development has to stay in one compact area. You can't just develop it all over your lot. Then we've got things like streetscape and viewshed illustrations. These are similar to what we have for the NEC, and I know we've talked about these and they were mentioned a few times. So what we would need, though, would be something that's a little simpler than what the NEC uses. I'm thinking things like, an image of a proposed building inserted into a photograph of the site so we can look at it and see what the impacts might be. Now, these are easily prepared by most architects and designers. They can use existing software, and we can modify them to show how various mitigation measures might look or how well they might work. The other thing I heard council talking about was things like sustainability concerns. So there is something that other municipalities use called a sustainability standard. And that's a system where the proponent chooses from a range of options, sustainability options, that they want to include in their development. Now, we know the province no longer permits municipalities to require standards that are above the building code. But standards related to natural heritage protection, native vegetation, salt reduction, exterior light shielding, these are all still useful in a sustainability tool. So it's something that we should be looking at as well as something to consider. Then we've got the development permit system. This is a different process than what we're used to. It's been in place since about 2001, and it combines zoning, site plan approval, and minor variances in one process. So it can be applied to a specific area or to the entire town. It's up to you to choose where you want to apply something like this. But basically, it's a zoning bylaw that permits discretionary uses as well as variations from zone standards, not quite as of right because it sets out conditions for those permissions. Those conditions have to be satisfied before you can get these higher standards. Conditions can include things like landscape requirements. We can reduce tree removals, put controls on site alteration, limits on lighting, natural feature and viewshed protections. The ability to allow specified relief can also be delegated to staff. So provided that all the requirements that are outlined in the bylaw are met, staff can go ahead and do those modifications. But larger variances would still need to come to council. The development permit system allows municipalities to address elements that previously were handled through site plan control. And interestingly, agreements that are made under the development permit system are still able to be registered on title.
Still what?
Then we've also got sort of the big hammer,
To be
which is to
registered on
implement a
title.
holding zone. This option involves putting all the vacant rural land into a holding category and passing a holding zoning bylaw on it. That holding bylaw can specify permitted uses up to a certain size, with anything else being subject to requirements as specified in the bylaw. Lifting the holding provision can require a detailed development concept to demonstrate that there's no negative impacts. And anything that isn't contemplated in that holding bylaw would require that the property actually be rezoned to replace the holding zone with a site-specific zone. And that allows staff to shrink-wrap the development so we can impose things like environmental zones and enforce mitigation measures. Simple requests where all the requirements of the holding zone provision are met, those can be delegated to staff. Or there's always, the town could just do nothing and nothing changes, we carry on, we work with the system we have, and everything just stays the way it is. But I also wanted to speak briefly about minor variances because the minor variance process does actually offer some benefits to us, including the ability to impose reasonable conditions that could require mitigation measures in order to ensure the impact of the variance is minor. To do this, the town official plan would have to include some policies related to requirements that staff would need to consider in granting, in supporting minor variances, and committee would have to consider these in granting the minor variances. So this list of options isn't exhaustive. It's intended to provide council with an idea of the range of approaches that are available. These options can be implemented individually or in combination. We can design something that will address issues that council identifies, and then we can bring a report back to council and the public to take a look at some of those options more closely and include some implementation documents. And that's basically my overview, so thank you.
Thank you. I have,
I'd like to suggest that we defer this until we can have an in-person presentation. 'Cause I'm having so much trouble getting this.
Well,
yeah, we had some difficulty hearing you, Deborah.
It's that understanding.
We had some difficulty
Did you want me to
with.
go over any part of it again?
No,
No,
I think the
it's-
request is that this be deferred until we can do this in person, because we just had some difficulty with the audio. And it's a complex issue, and I think each one of us has different thoughts. I don't think we should miss this opportunity to maybe give you a little bit more precise guidance, but then have the matter come back for further discussion.
Okay.
So if I could get the ball rolling, because I think this was originally my motion. I had some trouble with the options from the standpoint of, there were some that appeared to be very promising. Others, I think, are non-starters. For instance, the development permit approach, I think, would attract the attention of the province very quickly, and probably be shut down in the same way that they've shut down site plan on residential, except for the few examples that you cited. The other issue that I have is that the focus is on the rural properties correctly, but there have been instances in the town where an urban property has been built out to the property line, to within probably millimeters of what is permissible under our current zoning. And the result has been an absolute disaster, eyesore. My personal view is that this problem that we have, it's not something that we do nothing about, but it's all about setbacks, both from the road and setbacks to ensure minimal annoyance of the neighbors. I mean, this is very impactful for people who live next door to some of these homes. And I think the setback issue is one that I mean, if we did nothing else but address setbacks and have proper setbacks, I think we'd be solving 80% of the issue. When I talk about setbacks from the road, we've all traveled Airport Road in Caledon, and we've seen some of these incredibly large houses incredibly close to the road. And I think that would be a pattern that we would like to discourage in Mono, if I can be so bold. Does any member of council have any other thoughts? And then we're going to have you come in person. Elaine and then Fred.
Your mic's on.
First of all, Deborah, thank you very much for this detailed report. This is like, I don't know how many years and years of study, years of working that you've consolidated into 20 pages, which I greatly appreciate because it's very complicated, very complex. And you've covered many of the concerns that were brought forward. So the overall report is great for me for, the future, and I'll probably print it, refer to it every time I can. And having said that, I like the idea of applying this to the whole town. So it's a town-wide application of whatever we choose. I also like the CPPS option in combination with something from option 3, option 4. I like that you've covered the dark sky bylight bylaw under it's not really a bylaw, as I've found out. It's not enforceable, but that's why we have a rural lighting task on the unfinished business. But you've tackled rural lighting and other visual impacts that we need to look at, like above ground basements. So somebody says they're building a 2-story home and then they build the basement above ground. Now they've got a 3-story home and, we don't do anything about it. And building at the height of land. So those are just some of my early comments, but thank you. I like the CPPS approach. And if there's been that many others adopting that, it looks very promising. Thank you.
Just a quick question of clarification, Deborah. Your report is looking at doing something with large houses in rural zone A areas, not subdivisions, but also, am I correct in assuming that anything we did here, any of the options we picked here, would not apply to those parts of Mono that are under the Niagara Escarpment plan? Is that correct? The reason I ask, I mean, I live in the Hockley Valley in the Niagara Escarpment plan area, and we have a lot of very tiny lots. Some of them developed, some of them not. And when I look at some of your options, I mean, this could be a disaster for some small lots, including mine. My lot's only 90 feet wide, so right away I'd have problems with some of these setback limits. So the question, just to clarify, is we're not talking about the Niagara Escarpment plan area, are we?
Correct. The town zoning bylaw does not apply to the Niagara Escarpment area. The official plan does. However, Niagara Escarpment does send us circulations for comments when they get a permit application in. And as a best practices, we will compare the proposed development against our rural standards, and we'll tell the NEC whether or not the proposed development is in keeping with kind of council's vision for our town. That's the full extent of what we can do with the Niagara Escarpment, though. We can just give them sort of our position as an advisory body.
Then, if I could just follow up, if you do that, do they listen to you? I mean, I understand you give them your opinion on the rest of the zoning for the rest of the town, but do they actually take your advice or listen to you?
Sometimes yes and sometimes no.
Thanks, Deborah. I really appreciate the exhaustive presentation that you've made here in the written form. I was hoping to understand some of these things better, and unfortunately, the breaking up of your voice has made it very difficult to understand some of them. I don't understand enough the latter few options. My current thinking is a combination of the development envelope and the first option, but I really need to have more understanding of the holding pattern particularly, and I think that there's an interest in having sustainable and green development standards is somehow incorporated into this. One of my problems is not fully understanding what is allowed and what is not allowed. And just as a single item to ask about what is allowed, is the type of heating in a house controlled? Is that one of the elements that's controlled by the building code?
No.
So I guess the question is can we prescribe the kind?
Your mic's not on.
I guess the question is, can we prescribe the kind of heating that should be installed in a large home versus a small home? Yeah. Okay.
I don't think she's hearing us.
So Melinda and then Elaine.
I don't think she's hearing us.
Deborah, did you want to answer that question about, I mean, it's in the document, but did you want to
Sure.
answer that question?
Through you, Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the Ontario Building Code controls most elements of construction within the house proper, including the heating systems, insulation, windows, all of those kinds of things. What you can do with the green standard is the things that are more geared towards protecting things like the natural environment, water protection, things like that. You can capture all of those in a green standard.
Okay, so did you get that? Did you have a follow-up?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you very much for this report. It was very interesting. I think this is a cart and a horse situation, is it not? We want to have, we have a question that we don't want to have big close eyesores, I guess, is in the eye of the beholder. We don't want big buildings. But since we are about to redo all of our planning, right, which we have to do, this is, I mean, you didn't make a recommendation in the end, right? You've given,
No.
you just have said, like, accept this, and Mike has said that he's got, the ball is rolling and starting just absolutely this afternoon with respect to how we're going to all do this and so on. So I don't think there's an urgency for us to repeat this presentation. But we also, the idea of repeating it also, we don't want to be an impediment to having staff move forward on something, right? So when is it that you think that you're needing direction after having provided all of these options? What do you think is the next steps with respect to getting the town's zoning bylaw altered?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the direction from council, these options are kind of a cafeteria sort of scenario, and I'd like it if you could take a look at some of the choices and tell me what you like or don't like about each of those, and then I can focus in. Then we have a choice. We can either put a standalone bylaw in place that will control our rural areas now, or we can keep these ideas in our back pocket and roll them into the new bylaw. So that's a choice that we would have to think about. Which one is more beneficial? What are the risks? What are the benefits? But in terms of having a better handle on exactly what council's concerns are, because I'm just sitting here taking notes, and I think we have at least one vote for each of the options that I presented. So we need to be able to focus a bit more. And I was thinking, I mean, I can do something like a workshop if you want, and just come in and we can just take a look at all this stuff and start bouncing ideas around if that's something you'd like to try. And then we can choose which way we want to proceed, something fast now or just roll it into the bylaw.
Can I follow up on that one?
Yeah, and then Fred.
So, okay, so that actually sounds like a terrific idea, because there are some people who aren't understanding things, plus we are not planners. So I kind of like the idea that council gets an opportunity to direct in the name of what the residents want, how the town looks. This really is a planner's job, right? That, knowing that there are, is interesting, knowing option 5 has other towns, including the city of Toronto, embracing it makes one seem like, oh, this is, and it's new since the 20s, then this maybe is a no-brainer with respect to the way to start producing requirements that suit the people. But a workshop would be a soon thing, and outside of a council meeting. How are you proposing that?
Maybe if I can defer to Fred about a workshop versus a special meeting versus a regular meeting of council.
I would say, technically, Your Worship, it's all a matter of semantics, in all honesty. If council wants to get together in a workshop environment, which is primarily an exchange of information as opposed to making decisions, right? Whether that's called a special council meeting or a workshop, I don't think makes any difference. But the goal, I think, is an information session, an exchange of ideas without the formalities of resolutions, because decisions aren't being made.
Right, okay. Fred, I think, and then Elaine.
Yeah, Deborah, I don't know that this helps at all, but it probably doesn't help because, to be honest, I'm very unsure of myself. I've read your report, which is great, as Elaine said, and I just am at the end of reading it, I'm sort of shaking my head. But I think I think I would be leaning more for option 1 than any of the other options. However, having said that, I'll have to confess I'm not entirely sure I really understand option 4. But so I don't know if that's any direction or not. And I'll certainly defer to my fellow councillors if they want to talk me out of that. But I think in reading it, that's where my head would be going.
Okay. Elaine and then Ralph.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you for those who have mentioned the workshop, and that's what I was going to say. I think having a workshop, I would call it a training session too, to go through each one of these and really understand what it means. And so it would be helpful, I know this is maybe asking too much, if we had a chart that said this is the option, these are just the, the bullet points of what you do with them, and this is the benefits and this is the drawbacks, so that it's in a chart form, it's, simplified down to its basic points of this is what you do, you change the zoning bylaw. You know what I mean? To the degree that we can. And I think that having a fulsome conversation about each one of these between us with no decisions made is a really good thing to do, because this is complex. And we have an opportunity here to set the stage for the future, for planning, for anybody who wants to come and build, or anybody who wants to change their building. And I subscribe that this is town-wide and not just rural. So I would really, really appreciate that workshop.
I think, thanks, Elaine. I think that you've taken most of my speech away. I think that our interest here, Deb, is in understanding what each of the options have, and then understand the implications, and getting your opinion about them. We're sort of babes in the woods here when it comes to this sort of process, at least I am. The idea also has been broached that we should have a planning process here which includes all of Mono, not just the rural area. So that's something, that's a bigger ask, and I'm not quite sure where we should be taking that, but the mayor might like to weigh in on it. We have a problem in the rural area, and maybe that's the one we should just take care of, but I'm not sure.
Well, I
If
don't.
I could, Your Worship, we have a problem not just in the rural area. There are incidents of homes being built out and built up that have outcrowded the house next door to them, and they are in the urban area.
Well, I think I can think of two examples of that. The one that I mentioned earlier, which I'm not going to reveal the address, but I think many of us know the house in particular, and it has not yet been finished and probably won't be finished for some time. And I can think of another instance where using the by right provisions that the province has put in place, we have basically a bait and switch in a subdivision in the form of a second structure that's been constructed, and that has yet to play out. I like the idea of a workshop. Am mindful of the fact that if we decide to go ahead with anything, there will be a very fulsome public process. This isn't, we're not trying to evade that or avoid it. We're trying to get our heads around what our options are. Once we decide what to do, then, you know, any change to the OP, any change to zoning goes through the regular process prescribed by the various provincial legislation and our process of doing things in this town. So are we content to leave it at that, and we'll try and get a mutually agreeable date for a workshop? I'm sensing.
Yeah, Mike wants to talk.
Mike?
So I'd work with Deborah to find an in-person date that would work with council and Deborah for a workshop, and try and understand where council's going with this. I know you think it's a planner's matter, but the town has its own zoning bylaw and an OP in place right now. The council has obviously identified some concerns with respect to a few dwellings. So we're trying to understand where council wants to go with this. Deborah put some great options, and having those explained and discussed would probably be the best next step.
Yeah. And Deborah, if I can make one more suggestion, if you know of any other municipalities that have wrestled with this and have taken action to address it, it would help us to see what others have done and whether it's been successful or not. Thank you very much for the hard work on this. It's a tough subject, and it is 20 pages in length, but very, very helpful for us.
Thank you very much, Deborah. And you did, right? I mean, towns that are similar to ours, right? Lake of Bays and Huntsville, Burlington and Toronto and Waterloo are completely bigger. But rural places seem to have adopted number 5, right?
Well, my concern about number 5 is that I think that its days are numbered from the standpoint of the provincial scrutiny as to whether it's a roundabout way of going at their avowed policy of building more homes. So I'm a little worried about option 5. I'm more interested, frankly, in the zoning approach and maybe what others have done in terms of zoning solutions. I could be wrong in my analysis. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at the workshop.
Thank you.
Okay. Who would like to have a 10-minute break? Okay. Let's break for 10 minutes. Okay. We're trying to save money.
We're back live.
Thank you. And we had a good discussion, and I think we'll organize a workshop or something a little less formal than a council meeting to go through the various options. In the meantime, I have a motion that the planning report titled Large Houses on Rural Lots Council Options dated January 27th, 2026 be received.
Elaine's got her hand up.
Elaine? Okay, are you moving that?
I will move that, and then I'll wait till a second, and then I have a question if you don't mind.
Okay, and I have a further wording, and that comments presented by council and members of the public be incorporated into a report to a future council meeting. I think that's now eclipsed by our desire to have a workshop, so we're simply receiving this. So Elaine is moving it, seconded by Melinda. And question, Elaine?
Yes, Your Worship. I just want to understand, because how this is reported on the unfinished business is large residential homes. So residential homes, meaning, how did it get to being in the rural area? Like, I think I would like to have clarity on this by looking back at the original motion, so.
I think the planner was of the belief that that was where the issue is. And I think what we've done today and will do in the future is point out that you can have a problem not simply in rural areas, but also in residential areas. And we have some examples of that. So I wouldn't worry too much about how it's titled at this stage.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Who would like to second? Oh, Melinda, sorry. Any further questions, comments? Anyone opposed? And that motion is carried.
Do we need to make a decision as part of that we're going to have a workshop or not?
No, I'll just convene it
Okay.
in conjunction with all of you and okay.
Okay.
Next item on the list is my motion having to do with election ballot referendum, and I'll read the motion, say a few words about it, open it up for debate. So the motion reads, whereas in 2021, a Town of Mono Task Force on Electoral Reform recommended establishing a ward system, and whereas the council of the day did not act on this recommendation, therefore be it resolved that Mono electors be given the opportunity to express their views on the topic by way of a non-binding referendum question on the next municipal election ballot, such question to be worded generally, allowing future council flexibility to decide whether to implement a ward system, and if so, appropriate boundaries. And I'll move that, and do I have a seconder? Councillor Cape seconds. And I'll just say a few words. This, as Mr. McCrae pointed out during question period, is not about what our personal views are on a ward system. And some of those views are strongly argued, and I appreciate that. This is simply whether we put a question on the municipal ballot and get guidance from the voters in the next election. It would not be a decision to create a ward system by this council, but rather putting the issue into the hands of the future council. So whether we like a ward system or not, I hope we like the idea of allowing the voters a chance to weigh in on it. Councillor Capes, and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a concern that we don't have one of those, let's call it a majority of votes when it's a minority of people voting. We've seen that happen in this province. And I would like somehow to tie this to the number of voters or the percent of voters. that there has to be a requirement that there be at least, I don't know what the number is, because I think our participation rate right now is about 10% or not too much over that. So if 2/3 of the voter turnout, if there's a majority of those voters that vote, it's just an added statement to,
It's
I don't
non-binding.
know if it's needed.
And the municipal, or the Municipal Elections Act does speak to when it becomes binding. And it's an impossible threshold. It's up in the 60% range. Fred, maybe?
Okay.
Okay, Your Worship, if you want me to. So the Municipal Election Act sets out two criteria. So first of all, there is no such thing as a mandatory not binding. If the turnout reaches the thresholds laid out in the Municipal Act, it's binding. Both ways, yes or no.
Yes.
Now, the threshold is quite high, though. So 50% of the voters must vote. And as council's aware, we haven't had that kind of turnout in recent memory. But if it did, then it's binding on whichever the majority vote is on a referendum question.
And my thought is that the next council will take that into consideration if we have a bad turnout, and if the question is indecisive, shall we say, in either direction, that will be a factor in the next council's decision as to whether or not to implement a ward system. Fred?
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, looking straight at a person in the audience, I am going to be voting against this motion. My reason is this, is that I think this is a complicated issue, and putting something like this on a ballot, it takes the risk that people will wrap themselves in the flag of, this is democracy and therefore we should have it, and everyone says, yeah, let's jump on it. I think it would be far better. I don't mind the issue being discussed, and I don't mind council members hearing from residents. I think that would be great. But I think this is a complicated enough issue that if we're going to do that, this could be something like at a town hall meeting. Get the residents there, get the councillors who exist there, get people who've had the experience there to explain the complexities and the pros and cons of the system. That's where I think the decision could possibly be made, not on a ballot. Thank you.
Any other comments, remarks?
That's an interesting point, Deputy Mayor, that we do have a town hall coming up that is we're having it well before the election so that it's not campaigning. It could be talked about at that time as a heads up. I mean, we get a fraction of the people out voting, and so if this, it's an interesting thing, right? Because if you get the news out on the social media and in our newsletters and so on, that there's going to be an important extra referendums at the minute are in the news, right, with Alberta and all that. So that might in itself just draw people who weren't going to vote for council because, oh, well, I care about this issue. Oh, I don't really care about who the council is, but I care about this issue, and so they might come out to vote. I mean, it's interesting. I like the idea of non-binding. It's highly unlikely that we're going to get 50% of the people. So at least it gives some information to the next council, whereas we have been trying, the whole time I've been on council, that's what we've been talking about is citizen engagement and how do we get it? Let's get a new newsletter. Let's put something in the newspaper. Let's talk about it. And we do. We say these things into the microphone repeatedly with the hope that it's for education for the residents, right? So this, I don't know that it's a bad idea.
The idea of a town hall is, I think, an excellent one, but the timeline for getting this on the ballot will have long passed when the next town hall meeting occurs. If this motion is defeated, I'm still open to the notion of having this as a topic at the next town hall. to give guidance to anyone who is elected to the next council, but it will not occur in terms of, we have literally, I think, weeks left before we have to make a decision almost immediately as to whether we have a referendum question or not.
Is that
Yeah.
right, Mr. Simpson? What are the rules?
Okay, so with respect to the referendum, again, council decision, fully support where council wants to go. I do have a concern that the timeline is incredibly short. It is roughly 30 days. So a bylaw must be passed by March 1st to put a question on a ballot. So obviously that's coming up in 32 and a half days, 33 days. There's a requirement to have a public meeting not less than 10 days before a bylaw is passed. So we do technically have enough time if in the next 7 days, a bylaw is drafted that can go on to an agenda that's published in 1 week for the next council meeting, which is 2 weeks away. There'll be no time for council to really see that bylaw in advance. That would be the mandatory public meeting. I'm concerned that we can't get the word out to our residents in time for that public meeting. It's only 2 weeks from now. The agenda is going out in 1 week. There is a mandatory appeal process to a bylaw to put a question on the ballot. And that would have to occur after March 1st because council would be passing the bylaw on February 27th. So that process would still occur. If there was an appeal on the bylaw, then the bylaw can't be changed. It's too late. It's past the deadline for the bylaw. So there's some concerns there. And that appeal goes to the province, not to council. So by way of an example, Timmins is going through the exact same process to decide about wards. They started that process in April of last year. So again, my concerns are the timeline, not the concept.
Ralph?
Thanks, Fred. So it's the concept that bothers me. And I think Fred's put his finger on it. This is a complicated thing. There are some items which you put on a ballot for the population to consider, and it's appropriate because they're very knowledgeable about it. It might be, for example, I won't use that. But it could be something that people are familiar with. They understand how the mechanism works, and they can then make a knowledgeable decision. This is kind of like asking the residents of Island Lake what kind of a system they'd like to use for taking out arsenic. I mean, it's crazy because they need an level of expertise. But what I've learned of being on council here is that this system works very, very well, and that the problems that Bob McCrae has suggested are not in fact present. And I think we'd be losing a lot if we went to a ward system. We'd have people who would be. I'm not supposed to talk about this. I'm supposed to just say whether I want to, but it's an important context to it all. If you don't understand this is a complicated process, you won't understand why we should not have this as a ballot question. That's enough.
Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to come back to a word that Councillor Davey reminds us of all the time: consistency. So, yes, we want engagement and education, and we want to make sure that citizens are engaged with issues, and we have done that on a number of bylaw changes that we've introduced. And so our process has been to do surveys, to engage with the public. This would be completely out of line and non-consistent with the way we have approached other items that have come forward for consideration. So we have never in the past done a referendum question on the ballot. And I'm sorry, but I don't see why we would change that practice now. If this was of interest to pursue, we know we've had people come forward with petitions with a number of signatories. We could then do a survey, like you say, do some educational pieces on what this means and do a survey as opposed to putting this on the ballot, which is inconsistent with our approach to community engagement.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's a good point, that it is inconsistent, but yeah, the timeline just sounds, to me, it just screams out another opportunity for criticism, even though it's a short thing that we're asking. It's a short timeline for us to ask the question, so ultimately getting resident input, but just the going so quickly through it all. I wish you'd brought this to us a few months ago, that the idea that, because there is it's important for having people to know what it is that they're voting for. And so I'm all for making it, we don't have enough time. I'm all for making it a topic at a town hall, but we don't have enough time when it's laid out this way. That would have to be in the next 3 days, we'd have a town hall to be able to get, right, like that, so the time on it all. Plus, not to mention that our town hall, the last topic we just talked about, would be great for a town hall too, right? So we're up in the air about that. So yeah, this is, it's not it's not just so easy.
Well, if I can sum up, to be consistent, and especially with our past, we wouldn't be doing any of the things that we've done, especially over this term of council, with regard to citizen engagement, because consistency in the past would have been that council basically would be making its mind up, and the public would find out about it, and that would be the end of it. We've chosen to beef up the newsletter. We've chosen to adopt a three-tier outreach in terms of consultation, in terms of whether we do a mailer versus an online survey, and so forth. We've applied it to a number of issues, I think successfully for the most part. Consistency would mean that we did none of that, because we wanted to be consistent with the way we did things in the past, or were perceived to have done things in the past. So consistency actually would argue in favor of putting this as a question on a municipal ballot, because it would be consistent with the efforts of outreach that we've made over the past number of years.
Well, but wait a second, the consistency of our 4-year term here. We've started right at the beginning with our public, what do they call them when it's in an election, open house or whatever, when the residents came. The residents came and told us they would want some say in things. Yeah. And so consistent, I think what I keep talking about is just the consistency in the term that I've been on. I know you've been around for a long time, but I'm just in the consistency now that we have when we have this. So this is a bylaw that we're asking for, right? Ultimately, it's a new bylaw. And when we have embraced new bylaws now, we have had a couple of occasions along here where we have made quicker decisions because we felt, not that we were ramrodding anybody, but we felt an urgency with respect to whatever the question was that was brought to us. And that's kind of how I'm feeling right now, that there's that this is a great question, but there's an urgency here that I think would be seen to be too quick.
Ralph?
Just a comment about the implications of this. It's been said that this is a non-binding ballot item, but it would be a strange council which would not accept it if it was a majority vote to support ward systems. I don't think there's any chance that they wouldn't support it. They'd feel obligated to. So I think this ballot has a lot of impact, and it's going to govern the things going forward.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, yes. So, but if we went down the road of our new bylaw, how this is an important thing, and that there's an urgency now to get it onto the ballot with respect to the Municipal Elections Act. But this is also something that if we did get citizen engagement, that could be on our unfinished business, and it could be something that would be easily implemented in our last year. Oh, yeah, but it's not going to make it so that there's going to be a ward system for the next 4 years. That would be the question. Except to say that your request, Mr. McCray, was the idea that this goes on, this would be a question, because now we're having an opportunity to have everybody come to the table and answer a question, i.e. an election, but that it's not going to clearly not going to happen now. It would be a 2030 situation, in which case if we took this down one of our bylaw routes, it could also be a 2030 thing.
Can I just say two things? Number one, a lot of the people who would benefit from a ward system live in the South End, and many, if not most of those people come from municipalities that have wards. So it's not an alien form of municipal governance for a lot of people in the South End of the community. I was born and raised in Toronto, and I was in a ward in Toronto, and I understood what, who the councillor was. And I watched city governance there for many years, and it's not that it's a whole series of silos where they don't work with each other, they don't respond to each other because they're only looking after their bailiwick. There is a lot of give and take between members of council, and for the most part, it's healthy. The other thing I'd say in conclusion is just that we hear that the timelines are tight, but not impossible. And they would be impossible if we spent any more time on this, but they are tight timelines. The whole thing could get derailed if there was somebody who appealed to the chief electoral officer. But my thought is that mechanism, that appeal mechanism, is there to prevent silliness occurring and abuse of the electoral ballot, and I don't think this is an abuse of the process. So I'll just leave it at that.
But John, I think it's really not appropriate to compare us with Toronto or any other big city in terms of ward sizes. I think it is valuable to have one person when you live in North Toronto or you live even in Barrie. But here, that doesn't apply because we're so small.
Again, the issue is, do we put it on the ballot or not? And I think
but you're arguing for the benefit of it. So I'm telling you that.
Well, I am, yes.
My opinion, it's worse off. If you've got a weak person in your ward, you're stuck. And even when you try and have an election, you probably won't have more than one or two people in any given ward. So it's going to decrease the chances of getting a good people on council.
I concede that's one of the best arguments against a ward system, is that you could end up with acclamations. I'm just saying that I don't think it's too complex an issue for our electors. Frankly, choosing the right members of council is equally challenging for the people who vote.
What worries me about putting it on the ballot is that, I got 600 votes, and there are 7,000 people here, and they had the opportunity to vote for all 5 of us on the ballot, right? It's not so it's not like I got the 7,000 were divided up and I only got 600. That's how many people came out to vote. And so my concern is that we're not going to get the voice of really the people, and our surveys aren't giving us, which is why we're goofing around still with the firearms and things like that. Our surveys aren't always aren't getting the people, but I think I think this is a really important issue, but I'm not so sure that this rushing to put it on the ballot, because then if you do only have the 3 people who were interested before to vote on it, then you really don't have the mandate of the residents.
Good point.
So, yeah, I think it's a good thing, but yeah.
Well, if everyone thinks we've had a good discussion on this, I'm prepared to call the vote, and I'd like to request a recorded vote, if I may.
Okay, so we're ready to call the vote then?
Re-recorded.
Okay. So on the motion on the table, Councillor Capes?
Sorry, your microphone, Councillor Capes?
Thank you. No.
Councillor Davy?
No.
Councillor Manktolo?
No.
Deputy Mayor Nix?
No.
Mayor Creelman?
Yes.
So the motion is defeated.
Thank you, everyone, for indulging me.
So can I ask for point of process then? But this isn't necessarily, this vote it makes it a dead topic, but it's not a dead topic, right? It could come back as a let's put something on our unfinished business to relook at that bylaw.
Well, given the timing, I think the idea of getting a question on the ballot is decided.
Right.
But-
But I mean, to have this as something that a resident has brought forward, that is an important issue, evidently an important issue with
Absolutely.
a number of people, that we could, so just how does that happen? And if Timmins has been fluffing around since last April, now is actually the time to probably not say, oh yeah, we had that vote and not remember about it, but to actually
Well-
put something forward.
There's nothing precluding the incoming council from dealing with it as well, and nothing to preclude us having a town hall segment on it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have one more motion. I have one more motion, and this was brought to me by members of the Reid family who are looking to be interred in what is some people know as the Reid Cemetery, otherwise known as Mono College Cemetery. And the motion is fairly self-explanatory. Whereas members of the Reid family have expressed a desire to be interred in the Mono College Cemetery, also known as the Reid Cemetery, along with George Reid, a former local school board trustee, Reeve of Mono Township and warden of Dufferin County, his wife, and other members of the Reid family. And whereas a plot was purchased in the Mono College Cemetery by Dr. Minerva Reid in 1969 at a cost of $1,500 for perpetual care, such plot supposedly large enough for the internment of ashes, therefore be it resolved that the clerk prepare a report on how to allow for internment of ashes up to 5 members of the Reid family, the appropriate costs payable by the Reid family members, and any other related issues. And I'll move that. And are you seconding that, Elaine? Thank you. So any questions or comments on that? And maybe Fred can, Fred's already done a fair amount of work and inquiry about this. And we would need to, as I understand it, pass a bylaw. One question I have for you, Fred, did we ever formally close that cemetery?
So all of the cemeteries that the town assumed and is running are considered inactive. We do file reports every year to state that they're inactive, but our license, so we have one license, multiple cemeteries. So the operator is licensed. As the operator, we are licensed to operate an active cemetery, even though we choose not to. To answer your other questions, there are some significant questions that would need to be answered, and there are some impediments that would need to be addressed in a report. So the report that comes back to council will be a significant report. Okay, the town of Mono does not possess any corporate knowledge of how to run a cemetery any longer. So a report will have to address establishing rules to operate a cemetery, establishing the procedures, the record keeping, all of that would have to be addressed. We can contract out the physical process of an interment, but we have to establish, would we send people for training? Could we find a contractor that would be able to do the operation? What are the rules for interment? Who can be interred? Those all have to be prescribed. And then what are the costs? It would probably include some sort of contract if we want to be able to limit this as proposed, entering into individual contracts for interment rights, because the rules on survivor and inheritance of interment rights are very complex. So it will be an undertaking to bring this report back to council to give them the full, complete understanding of what this entails. Some of the other concerns that I've raised to your worship are mapping and location, because we don't have those records are current.
We have some.
So there are issues that will have to be addressed in this report to give council the background on this proposal.
Ralph had a question, but before he asks it, who operates the cemetery in Mono at Island Lake?
Have to look it up. It's a private cemetery, so.
It's a private cemetery. No. This is the Cemetery Road, where Highway 10 Cemetery Road, and you drive in there. That's a very active cemetery, and it is in Mono.
But it's private.
It's private, but not impossible that they could be contracted to take care of Mono College.
Can I ask?
Forest Lawn.
Ralph and then Fred.
Forest lawn.
Forest Lawn, thank you.
I'll betray my ignorance here. I'm not quite sure where this cemetery is. I know where College Avenue is, but is it?
Highway 10.
It's Highway 10. It's right next to the cement business.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, you.
Fred, and then Melinda.
They bought a plot for $1,500 in 1969. Who did they pay that, who did they pay the money to? Who guaranteed this? I mean, the town of Mono wasn't the operator of the cemetery. So where did that money go?
So we have very little records. We have basically the letter that was written by Margaret Reid to the MTO, where she lays out that this is the situation. I don't have any records beyond that. I do have a historical document written in 1991 that also states that it was proposed that this land, this $1,500 was donated, whether it was to the town or a cemetery board. I'm assuming it was an independent board, but I don't know, for the ongoing or perpetual maintenance, which the town does. The town does maintain all of these abandoned cemeteries now. The question now is, do we operate an active cemetery, and what do we accept as interment rights?
When did the town start doing this care of these abandoned cemeteries?
Always has.
Mid-2000s?
Yeah, sorry. Unable to answer the date
Back in
on that.
1969, I mean, it doesn't sound like it was the town.
Earl Dodds and Glenn Holmes were
Yeah.
the initial members on the
Cemetery Board.
cemetery board. And when I started here in 2009, it was well under their care.
And Wilma Young was involved. So we had a cemetery board for many, many years. and it's no longer.
So does Minerva have some relatives there? Do the Reids have relatives that are there?
Yes,
Yeah,
quite a few, actually.
6, I think.
So, yeah, this sounds like a very big job, and the survivor inheritance thing is extremely complicated. I have some personal unpleasant experience about that with Mount Pleasant. So this is not something that we can decide today.
No,
So
but
you're
I'm
resolving
not
that we.
Ask
you're-
for a report.
Okay, so your resolution said that we allow it, but it's just no, prepare a report on how.
Right.
But I think, can I say something?
How to allow. So the objective is to find a way of doing it, but we obviously need to do some work to determine if it's possible or not.
But I think our clerk is telling us we could do that.
He's saying there's a lot of work, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Well, then let me just express another concern. My sense is that our clerk is already overburdened in terms of the number of bylaws we've put on his desk. He's going to retire on November the 14th, and now we're putting another very large job on his desk. It worries me about in terms of all the other things we're trying to get done.
I was asked by the family to advance this, and that's what I'm doing here.
Well, I'm certainly sensitive to the family, but I think that if we already have multiple, this opens up a huge quagmire. How many inactive cemeteries do we have with space for people in urns? We've got lots. I think we've got lots of space for lots of people, and so this is opening up a very large thing. But Fred, how many do we have?
We have approximately 8 inactive cemeteries. There are 2 active cemeteries within the town that are not run by the town, though, not including Forest Lawn. 2 small cemeteries that still have independent boards.
So then to clarify, there's 8 inactive that are similar to this one, but there are 3 other places that the Reid's family within the town of Mono could be sorted out with a business that is in the business and it's running. There are 3 other places that they could.
My understanding is all 3 of them are still actively selling interment rights, but I have not checked with the 2 smaller ones in the last few years. But it's my assumption that they're still selling interment rights.
Okay, so it's not like the person and the family can't stay within the confines of the town of Mono. Thank you.
They want to be buried with their parents.
This is a hard one.
It is, I agree. Anything further?
We haven't decided.
Elaine?
So we would have to put this on the unfinished business list,
Yes?
and it might not get dealt with in this term of council.
Depends on council's priorities.
Can I also, so the unfinished business list, I think is a good spot for it. I have a little friendly amendment. I mean, the idea of, rather than just asking for this one, I mean, as I say, I'm sympathetic. We all die. We all have family who have died. We all have today, I just was looking up, my grandpa's over in, your great-grandpa's over there in Shelburne from 1929. I'm sensitive to it. But it opens up a whole everything that I think that the resolution should be that we look into what possibilities there are. Whereas your wording is such that the report is that we're definitely going to allow it. And so I think, again, just like the previous comment, item on our agenda, I think it's a value, but I'm concerned about
The exact wording is
expectations.
prepare a report on how to allow the internment. And if the report comes back and says it's impossible, that's the conclusion. Or if it's too complicated or too costly.
Too complicated.
Or too, I mean, I'm perfectly prepared to entertain a report that says it's not possible or practical, but I think it should start from the motivation of we've had a request, and we're seeing whether or not it can be done.
It's possible.
Yeah,
Could I just ask one more question?
yes.
So this, in my mind, is not just about this particular ask. This opens up the door for all of the 8 inactive cemeteries we have, who then may come forward and say, we want to do this. And this, I think, creates an additional service that the town is providing, and therefore, it's going to increase costs, it's going to make a cost on the budget line. I'm just worried about the knock-on effect that this might have, and that we're going to open up, the services that we provide, which we can't really afford to do.
Well, just to correct the record here, my motion talks about the appropriate costs payable by the Reid family. So there's no suggestion that we incur any costs other than possibly for the effort of preparing a report.
No, but I mean, but Elaine's right, the cost of going forward, the town of Mono providing a cemetery service for its residents.
This is specific to the request that we've received. We could say, if we were approached about the little cemetery up on the 30th Side Road, we could say no. We could say no. But some of those old cemeteries, there hasn't been an internment in probably 50 to 100 years. In this case, the most recent interment was in 1991, I believe. The most recent one was in the early 1990s.
Can I ask a question? I was prepared to sort of say I'm going to be voting against this. However, I must admit I listened to the mayor's explanation here that all he's asking for is a report. And by report, if the clerk simply listed all the things he started to mention at the beginning about the things that would have to be done to show us how complicated this would be, he might not have a cost figure, but just all the things the steps, would that constitute a report? And then council could look at that list and decide what either, yes, it's possible, or wow, look how complicated it is. Would that constitute a report that would satisfy you?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea, because we're actually setting a precedent here, so to have something down in writing concerning our position on this one particular instance would be helpful in the future.
Okay, I'll go for it then.
Okay. Shall I call Mike, did you have something to add?
Sorry, would you be amending the current resolution?
I don't
According to
personally think it's
Deputy Nick's-
necessary. I
according
think
to
we've put the request into a context that gives the clerk flexibility to express
A report
his
on how
views.
to allow.
Yeah.
Just Deputy Nick seemed to be looking for subtitles with no explanations to make a future decision.
Subtitles?
Subtitles of the report. You were sort of saying that, the clerk didn't need to put a lot of information into it, that he could put together the bones of what it would look like, and then council could decide on that. So if you're not amending the current motion, then a fulsome report would be explained in that resolution.
I'd be prepared to just have, in even bullet format, this is what we'd have to do to turn an inactive cemetery into an active one.
For a limited number of individuals.
I mean, just if, that to me would allow me to sort of say, wow, this is easy, or this is very complicated.
Mike, I couldn't quite hear you when you said something about a fulsome report.
Sorry, I'm just trying to understand. Deputy Nix is asking for the clerk to sort of advance it, but not go all in on explain. Like, I'm trying to understand it. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So if the resolution stays the way it is, the clerk will prepare a report provided on the information he can acquire. May have financial impact as well, and that would be something that council could review in full. I don't think you'd want any doubt as to what the process would, and I think you'd like to unleash the clerk to do a fulsome report.
That's fine.
That way you have all the information.
I'm not sure what you mean by a fulsome report. If he just listed, here's the 10 steps we'd have to do, some of these are very complicated, or some of these are very easy, that at least would
Yeah. that's all we need.
progress my thought process.
Minimal discussion, just minimal comments.
Okay, are we ready?
Go ask Fred. I think I'll maybe get watch Fred's eyes and see if Deputy Mayor Nix's statement is causing you any concern.
Well, in all honesty, at this point, it's very hard to judge. I'll wait to see where the research takes me. The tricky part will be finding the qualified people to be able to provide the advice, because there's no one on staff that can provide it. So we'll be going out and undertaking some basic research on what it takes to operate a cemetery.
Couldn't you phone one of the 2 cemeteries that are operating and just say, hey, what do you have to do?
Potentially, I could.
Yeah.
Those are the questions. And then what are the unique risk hazards, opportunities with this case, considering that it's a unique concept of interment rights. So that'll have to be addressed in a report, right? And any concerns over lack of historical records and the limited mapping, that's another area that obviously will need to be addressed. So those are the sort of things that I think
I'd like to bring an end to
report would
this,
have to have.
Debate. No, I'm not, I'm going to stick with my motion, Elaine, and then I'm going to call the vote.
Your mic.
Your mic?
Elaine, your mic.
I would like a friendly amendment to say this would be added to the unfinished business list, because I don't believe this is our top priority. And again, I'm with Melinda. I understand and sympathize, empathize. However, I don't think this is a top priority for the town business.
That's fair. I'm happy to see an amendment that it be added to the unfinished business list. Okay, are we all done?
Yeah.
Okay. Those in favor? Those opposed? Elaine, were you voting yes or no?
I voted in favor.
In favor. So is 3-2, if I'm not mistaken? Yeah, okay. So the motion passes. Oh, sorry. Fred?
If you're happy, your worship, I didn't quite catch it, but if you're confident, that's what
Well,
counts.
I saw 2 hands here, one of them being mine. I didn't catch whether Elaine was voting for it or against it. I asked her, she clarified she's voting for it.
It was too low, I couldn't see it.
Okay,
It was 3-2.
3-2. Sorry. Okay, on to easier things, maybe. I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda. And moved by Melinda, seconded by Deputy Mayor. Items on Schedule A. Who wants to go first?
I don't think I have anything.
Oh, I did have,
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I did have one little question about the item number 3. Just the map was not clear to me with the blue dots of the structures. So I've got the road, I know that it's Mono Center Road, but I wasn't clear on could you just one more time tell me what structures we're getting, which of those blue dots? Because the list had just 5 dots itemized out in the numbers, but then the map showed everything that the county's doing. And so I couldn't quite tell which ones were.
So the Gooseville Bridge would be probably the most substantial structure on Dufferin Road 8. Matt?
You'll have to clarify what the Gooseville, is that the one, is that just west of here, Ontario?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it is.
Why is it
So
not opening?
I've responded to Scott Mr. Burns at the county with respect to the county, what I deem the town of Mono is receiving, the structures, and what I brought to council back in September with the growth analysis plan. The structures that are on this plan and in his letter indicate that the town of Mono has ownership on the structures within the township of Amaranth maintained portion and in the township of Agila, Tosranio's maintained portion. So I've asked for clarity on that. I have yet to hear a response from the county.
Okay, good, okay.
So the structure on Mono AM Town Line, north of 15 Side Road,
Yep,
or north of 20 Side Road, sorry, and the structure just north of Dufferin Road 7 in Hockley would be Agila, and the other one would be Amaranth, based on the current understanding of the road boundary agreements, which we're working to update, but
so then
it
that.
should have, he talks about it a little bit in the letter, about ownership and agreements, but specifying it as both joint or to be decided between the two municipalities.
Oh. So just no longer with the county, and because the one graph says the one graph says county, associated jurisdictional partner, the county of Simcoe for the Mono Agila one, and the Mono Amaranth one is the township of Amaranth, versus the Mono Ad, I thought you do part of the road and Agila does part of the road, but now it's county of Simcoe. Or his.
Yeah, so that the structure in Sheldon will be 50% Mono, 50% County of Simcoe. The structure in Agila's maintained portion, which is directly north of Hockley Village, will be 50% Simcoe, 50% Agila.
Oh, okay.
That's how I interpret it based on our road boundary. Their maintained portion, they're responsible for everything we've done. So the portion from the most northerly portion of lot 16 on Mono Agila Town Line to Highway 89, Mono's been responsible for maintaining all those structures, replacing those structures, all the capital improvements, road maintenance, et cetera, over the last, as long as I'm aware.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else on Schedule A? Seeing no hands, we have passed a motion. And we have reports of members of staff and council. Les, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have one item I'd like to report. If council recalls, Rosemont Fire received a grant last year towards the purchase of a dryer. With the fire chief in Rosemont, we submitted a report or an application to the province for another grant, and I'm happy to say that Rosemont received another grant in the amount of $16,000, and it's for the purchase of the washing machine, basically for the same purpose as to decontaminate the turnout gear when it comes back to the fire hall. So those funds were received this week, and we passed the funds on to the fire department.
Expensive Maytag. Thank you. Matt?
Thanks, I have nothing.
Maybe while we're with you, I have never received more compliments about our road network at this time in the year than I have this year. Just to let you know, it's wonderful.
That's great to hear.
And I've shared some of those with you, but I wanted council to know that that's the reaction that I'm getting from people in terms of keeping up with pretty brutal winters so far.
Yeah, it's been relentless.
I'll join you in that. Thank you, Matt and team.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Kim?
Very quickly, just letting council know that all three rinks now, outdoor rinks, are up and running within Mono. So the Mono Center rink got the go-ahead as of last Saturdays. So we're going to be ready for Winterfest So a huge thank you to the volunteers and Dave Mikowski, who were very involved with making that happen. The other thing is, last Thursday evening, we ran our first family moonlit snowshoe evening. We had 19 people participate, and it was an incredible success. We did this as an opportunity to market the fact that we have snowshoes available for people to borrow, and pretty much everyone who came to the event did not realize that Mono has 40 pairs of snowshoes that people are welcome to reserve and borrow for free as a result of an Ontario Trillium Foundation grant. So I think gradually we're starting to get the word out about that, which is great. This weekend, as you know, is Winterfest. It looks like the day is going to be about -10, so absolutely balmy compared to the last few days that we've had. The sun is supposed to be shining. We've got pretty much everything in process, and not pretty much, we have everything in process, so it's just a matter of dotting the i's and crossing the t's at this point. I'll be getting in touch with you in the next day or so just to organize times for the hot apple cider and anything else that you are able to participate in. But yeah, that's about it. And then we're busy with other recreation events as soon as Winterfest is over, with the next one being our euchre tournament coming up in February.
Thank you. Fred?
I have nothing for you, Your Worship.
Mike?
Nothing for you, Your Worship and Council. Thank you.
Melinda?
I've been attending meetings at the Shelburne Library. There's a new memorandum of understanding with the town of Shelburne that we're trying to iron out, that's creating some lots of back and forth, to be honest, so I'll keep you posted as to how that's going. But there's all sorts of programs at the library with our new executive officer there, Shannon, whose last name escapes me and everything, Gray? Pardon?
O'Grady.
O'Grady, right, Shannon O'Grady. She's doing a bang-up job, and again, adding policies and so on. The governance is something for, in all arenas, that seems to really be on top of mind of everybody to get all the ducks in order, so. Yeah, come on out to Winterfest. We're going to have some biking this year. Fat biking's going to be back. We haven't had it for about 6 years, so come and get on a bike and ride around in the snow. It's going to be a challenge. Yeah, well, we're going to groom it so that the fat biking, give it try a bike. That's the plan.
Ralph?
I have nothing to report, Your Honor.
Fred?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I went to the formal opening of the Heart Hub on last Friday in the Idlebrock Center. It's quite exciting. I still don't understand everything that's going to be there when it's all finished, but this is good news. And I didn't realize until I went to the opening that it's actually SHIP that is the administrator that's running it. That's the same organization that did the motel on First Street. So, and we met the new CAO of SHIP. Very, very, very impressive. I guess the other thing to report is there was a county council meeting last Thursday. We still haven't finalized the budget. We're going to have a special meeting this coming Thursday, but there's a couple of developments at the county. One was this, that the rest of council should know. Another municipality, Grand Valley, has given notice that they will be leaving the, not leaving the building department. They will no longer be using the.
Yeah, that was on our agenda last week.
Was it? Okay, good, you got that. The other thing maybe that is now public knowledge is our CAO will be retiring at the end of this year.
Who's CAO?
The counties.
Sonia?
Sonia.
Sonia.
The only other thing I have to, it's not to report, but just to, I'm still, okay, Shelburne District Fire Board. I'm still a bit unclear as to what is happening. Mike, I'd like you to listen to this. Sorry.
We haven't had a meeting yet.
Reeling from the last news.
Oh. we do have a formal notice, whether we're operating under the 1991 agreement or the more recent agreement, that Shelburne is leaving at the end of this year. We have an email from a councillor in Melanchthon that they too are leaving. I am not certain legally that that is notification. It's just an email from a councillor. The third thing I wanted to say, and this is where I'm speculating, Mike, this is the part I wanted you to listen to. Let's say by the end of this year, there's only 3 municipalities left in the fire board: Mulmer, Amaranth, and Mono. And let's say that we are operating under the 1991 agreement, which is my understanding we are. Then as I understand it, the fire board still exists. As I understand it, the agreement says we can rent the fire hall for whatever it is, $1 a year. So in other words, Shelburne, as I understand it, Mike, and this is where maybe we need clarification, they can't kick us out. So on January 1, 2027, you'd have 3, let's say Melanchthon's notification was legal. I don't know if it is. You'd have 3 municipalities running the fire board out of a fire hall in Shelburne. I think then it's incumbent upon the members of the fire board sometime this year to decide, Shelburne's still going to have to provide fire service to its residents. So my thought would be, we say to Shelburne, bye, you're no longer part of the fire board. Here, we'll provide fire service, and here's our schedule of fees. Now, that's all speculation on my part, Mike, and the rest of council. And I probably could do with some guidance on this. We did not have a meeting in January, the fire board. I'm assuming we're going to have one next week, Melinda. We haven't got a notification. And I think we'll have to discuss some of these issues because they're kind of thorny. That's my report.
Okay. Any comments?
So I would think that council would be well informed to have an in-camera session at the next meeting, subject to our legal availability.
On this issue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And Elaine, anything to report?
Well, I just want to remind people that the Heritage settlement meeting with the OLT on the Anderson property is January 28th, tomorrow. And so I guess the question, how quickly will we hear what the outcome is?
I think it's anyone's guess. If they reserve their decision, we won't know.
Okay.
Depends on how it rolls out. Okay. I have a motion that council move into, notices of motion. Any notices of motion? I'm not seeing any.
I still owe you one.
Okay. I have a motion that council move into a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 11:40 a.m. for CAO Performance Review, Section 239, subsection 2, subsection B, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. Do I have a mover for that motion? Moved by Councillor Mantalo, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposition? That motion carries.
We didn't get Andrew's sign off.
We are back live. Thank you, and I have a motion that we rise from an in-camera session at 9 minutes past 1 PM. Moved by Melinda, seconded by Elaine. Any opposition to that? Seeing none, it passes. I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of Town of Mono in Session 2-2026, held on the 27th of January 2026, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Moved by Councillor Cape, seconded by Ralph. Any opposition? Seeing none, passes. And finally, I have a motion that we adjourn this meeting at 9 minutes past 1 PM. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Elaine Capes. And any opposed? Seeing none, passes.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.